See the horizon, the dawn is new. It was never our last adieu. Living faithful to a lover's side, insensible to when the moon will rise. Alas, you should be ashamed. Their cynic parley is just the way they cry. The city we built turns to flame. Just close your eyes and fall to the sky. Where will we fly to? Is this the honest truth? Should I believe that it's a world where I can love you? Why do we live at all? Destined to be the fall. Is this some curtain call? Or from the river will we draw? Well, we know how the story ends. The hero declines and then she ascends, never to see her love again. To tell the tale of what she learned then. With feathers like yours, the sky is no limit. From a gaze, her eyes slowly drifted. Fly, girl, don't you wait here anymore. Without a word, the mare left her once more. Where will we fly to? Is this the honest truth? Should I destined to be the fall? Is this some curtain call? Or from the river will we
That was like really sweet. Oh my god, key continuity? Nice. Wait. Good, okay, good news.
I remember when we broke up the first time, saying this is it, I've had enough. Cause like we hadn't seen each other in a month. When you said you needed space. What? Then you come around again and say, baby, I miss you and I swear I'm gonna change. Trust me, remember how that lasted for a day? I say I hate you, we break up, you call me, I love you. We called it off again last night, but this time I'm telling you, I'm
like a really funny prospect. Vylet Pony is better than Taylor Swift. Vylet Pony doesn't exist without Taylor Swift. Which came first? Oh, release Batty. Batty, I'm releasing you. Don't cry. You're fine. Hi, everyone.
Baba Steady.
Baba City, welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be finishing our good friend, Doom and shit.
Welcome to the world.
I'll accept being Taylor Swift. But, yeah, welcome to stream. We're chilling today. And in how many hours? Hold on. In how many hours is Webpunk? I'm looking. I'm looking at it. 30 hours. 18 hours. 18. Shout out Webpunk in 18 hours. Vylet Pony equals Taylor Swift equals Porter Robinson. That one line on Knock Yourself Out. I do reference that song in Love and Pony stuff. So shout out. And then Love and Pony Step itself. 8 days, guys. 8 days. 18 hours of 30 hours. You're okay.
Daddy said, Baba do.
Baba do. Batty said, Baba do. Anyway. That's nice. Oh, we also have a new arrival. If you guys want to see it. Do you already have an idea on what your next album's gonna be like? Oh yeah. So here's the deal. Once we get Love and Pony Step, you know, in its release cycle properly, I have a bunch of other projects to wrap up. Oh yeah, let me screen share. I have a bunch of other projects to wrap up. Those have already been in progress for some time. So I'll be finishing all those. And then I already know what my next album's going to be because it's something I've been planning since 2018. So we're finally getting to it. Again, guys, Promise Complex is finally happening. No more dilly-dallying. It's finally time. And what's tough about this is, like, I have become a completely different artist since the last Starship Ponyville album. If you want to count Fairy Tales, it kind of is the same as counting Homeward, because crazy enough, there was only a 1 year difference between Homeward and Fairy Tales. Fairy Tales was 5 years ago. So, man, Fairy Tales was before Cutie Marks, Fish Whisperer, Carousel, Paradise Valley. It was before Monarch, before Girls Who Are Wizards, and of course before Love and Pony Step. It has been a while since the last mainline Starship Ponyville album. And I think it's probably not a secret at this point that stuff like Fish Whisperer as well is completely relevant to the Starship Ponyville series. Most albums I've done are relevant to the Starship Ponyville series, with the exceptions being like Paradise Valley and Cutie Marks. I think that's pretty obvious if now with Monarch. This was always the plan, but Monarch was like the kind of the big step into fully creating that continuity. And so when I say Starship Ponyville album, I mean like the mainline ones, the ones that focus either on Saturn or Feather Dance. Because even if Fish Whisperer, Girls Who Are Wizards, Carousel to an extent, Love and Pony Step, and Monarch are all in the same lore. Starship Ponyville mainline albums are Mystic Acoustics, Homeward, Super Pony World 2016, and Super Pony World Fairy Tales so far. And then next, Promise Complex. Starship Ponyville. Starship Ponyville is the main lore series of everything. So, I think I have I don't know if I can get the... Do I have the flowchart spoiler version? Okay. I think this is the version that people are allowed to see. Here's a flowchart of how everything's like tangentially related. Hopefully this is somewhat readable. I also made this in November, so I think everything should still technically be real, but yeah. Now the main thing is that originally, because I started writing Starship Ponyville in 2012, with Silver, and we've been trying to string along the story threads all this time, and I was like, God, I was 13 when I started writing this story, and trying to keep everything like having continuity and sensibility from shit I was writing when I was 13 is quite difficult. So things here and there have not been very perfect. Mystic Acoustics is written like shit. Homeward has a lot of consistency issues. So it was a very slow and rocky start. Why is Last Problem excluded from the canon? Because I just don't. The stories that I wanted to write are kind of like fucked up by the Last Problem's existence. Mainly because of where the main six are, what Twilight's whole thing is, and like the timeline inconsistencies, etc., etc., etc. I think what also isn't written here as well is that for the most part, Equestria Girls is also not considered canon either. There are some elements which have to be canon one way or another, like the existence of Sunset Shimmer, but taking Equestria Girls at face value is just not canon. The thing is that I can't really rework things to make as much sense until Promise Complex is complete, because all the lore is like scattered across everywhere. It's like really difficult to make sense of. So Promise Complex is going to be a big tie-in thing, because I'll get to finally put all the lore in one place so people aren't extremely confused about everything all the time. The main issue I'm facing is that the main character was originally intended to be Saturn, and we only have 2 albums that focus on Saturn out of everything you're looking at here. So, it's like, man, like, because Saturn was conceptualized in 2012, but we didn't really know who she was truly until 2016. That was when Silver and I kind of figure out what her character was supposed to be, for the most part anyway. And, you know, over the course of the 13-year journey that Starship Ponyville has been, Saturn has only had 2 albums. Meanwhile, Vid and Dub get to have 2 albums in the course of a year's time. So already, Vid and Dub, brand new characters, like literal new cats on the street, just get to take precedence over Saturn. So we have a bit of an issue with this. And a part of the issue is that Saturn is just not interesting. I've talked about this before, but like, I wrote Saturn to be like a chosen one archetype character that's sort of like vacant and a blank slate a little bit. And nowadays, I don't really write characters like that at all, and I don't really fuck with that like kind of story writing. And so she feels kind of strange in the context of everything. So in the process of writing Promise Complex, I'm also going to be trying to rework Saturn's character, try and flesh her out a lot more, and also give her like an actual personality. Because even characters like Feather Dance and Reina have far more personality and intrigue than Saturn. So that's like one of the goals in writing the Promise Complex stuff, which is going to be tough. It's like okay, this person's like super annoying. So very well. Oh, what was I saying? The making Saturn interesting is going to be a task because her whole archetype is uninteresting from the start. I think that's kind of a misstep on my part writing her, and I feel like that is easily seen by comparison of characters like Canny, Vid, Dub, Featherdance, etc. Like all these other characters are far more interesting than who was intended to be the main character. That is a bit of a problem. Replace Saturn with 328. That's the funny thing, is everyone knows the joke of 328, but no one knows who fucking 327 is, which is Saturn. 328 has become such a fucking pun in the Vylet Pony audience that, like, everyone knows who 328 is, but not Saturn. Which is, like, really fun. It's like an ongoing joke now. It's just, who the fuck is Saturn? Who the fuck is 327? No one knows who that is. So we're gonna try and make Saturn someone people care about. If Love Letters is canon, then non-existent Meet Cute is also canon. So Cutie Marks is a mixed bag of things. Cutie Marks isn't definitionally relevant to Starship Ponyville or the overall lore of anything whatsoever. Except there are some story threads which are relevant. Very specifically, for example, Syndicate and non-existent Meet Cute are two different interpretations of rarity. They're not the same rarity. Syndicate rarity is canon to Starship Ponyville. Non-existent Meet Cute rarity isn't necessarily. What about Antonym coughs and dies? Antonym doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's just kind of fun. Different rarities of rarity.
Daddy said, Bello.
Hello.
I'm trying to remember if anything else from Cutie Marks is like canon to Starship Ponyville or anything. Is non-binary Spike canon? I haven't really thought about Spike in the context of Starship Ponyville. I don't know. I mean, sure. I mean, like, I felt like Spike is some sort of like gender weirdness in the show anyway. I felt like that's kind of what made the last problem a little bit depressing for me in the context of Spike, is like they spent so much time building up Spike to be like, oh, you don't have to be exactly like the other dragons to be a real dragon, right? They spent a lot of time hammering away at that idea, you know, showing how Spike was different from other dragons and that didn't make them any less of a dragon. And there was something to be said about how valuable that was for the narrative. And then in the last problem, all of a sudden Spike is just stereotypical buff dragon all of a sudden. That was weird. That was like a weird thing to do. So, I mean, I think that if you pretend that the last problem doesn't exist, that I think there is something to be said about gender for Spike, yeah. It's interesting. So whether or not that's canon to Starship Ponyville is like, I felt like because it's canon to My Little Pony, so it's like whatever. Going through the Cutie Marks track list in my brain. I'm gonna get it up on my phone. I can't remember the track list off the top of my head, verbatim. I put out too much music, okay. Syndicate definitely personally, I feel like this will never have any weight in the story whatsoever, but like I personally think that like Bubbles and Maud is canon to Starship Ponyville, even if that doesn't matter even a little bit to the overall story. And How to Kill a Monster is a fascinating thing because that is referenced slightly in Monarch. It's hard to say though, because How to Kill a Monster, I'm not really describing a situation or an event or anything. It's sort of just interpolating what Starlight's progression is in like My Little Pony proper. So it's like, So I would say that the only thing that has weight that could be considered canon from Cutie Marks is Syndicate Rarity, and that's about it. Is City of the Silent canon? Is Colma, Daly City, South San Francisco canon to Starship Ponyville? I don't think so. As much as I would love it to be. The problem is, and that's what's going to be highlighted in this a little bit, is that what am I thinking? It's hard to figure out what the names for all these series are because I've always just called everything Starship Ponyville. But the reality is that there's like a main series, a main line series, and then sub-series of each individual one. So it's like, it's a weird, complicated thing. Hold on, let's see if I can do like another type of flow chart. Because it's... I didn't play it ahead enough for this to not be confusing. Because I don't even think this chart is going to show up properly. Can you make a listening list of your music in chronological order of the timeline so we can listen to stories in the order they're kind of branching off of? I can try, but what's complicated about that is things like Carousel is in a different realm, and therefore in a different like timeline sort of thing. So trying to piece together which one truly happens at which time is a little bit complicated because they're all independent of each other. But I'll start with this. The Vylet lore universe, and the code name for this has just been the Galactic Legacy of All Creatures. I don't know if it's gonna stay that title. It's still technically a working title, but the main one from here is Starship Ponyville, which is Mystic Acoustics, Homeward, and then eventually Promise Complex. But what's weird about Starship Ponyville is that this has a sub-series. This is where we start getting into the complications, because there's technically also Super Pony World, which is Rayo Simulation and Fairy Tales, and this is subordinate to Starship Ponyville directly, like this.
Kind of girls who are wizards.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that. So the only difference between this and this is that the mainline Starship Ponyville focuses on Saturn, whereas the Super Pony World focuses on Feather Dance and Reina. But then there's stuff like the top 5 videos lore, which is primarily girls who are wizards and Love and Pony Step and other things in between. And that is its own thing technically, but it still has relevance to Starship Ponyville. And also in Girls Who Are Wizards, they go into the fairy tale simulation. They like hijack the fairy tale simulation. So this whole lore doesn't interact very much with the Starship Ponyville events, but it exists in the same place, and they do have interacting events that do occur. So it's like, do I say that this is related like that, or do I just say that this is part of the overall lore? And then since this is subordinate to the larger Starship Ponyville, it's like, well, Fairy Tales is tangentially related to Girls Who Are Wizards. So that's like kind of a thing. And then there's up here Monarch, or the code name for this has just been Tales from the Locust, and this is Monarch of Monsters, and pretty much everything in between. And this is kind of like the main thing that connects everything. So in a way, all of this should technically go downstairs. Let me put this up here really quickly. So this should like go up here. And so everything kind of stems from what's established here. And then there's the Sapphire Torrent lore, which is Carousel. And that is technically its own pocket over here, right? But Creekflow is an agent of Aria, so Tales from the Locust. And Lulamoon now lives in Featherdance's world, which is then tangentially related to Top 5 Videos because Lulamoon is like very close with Vid now and Tiberius and everyone. And also Creekflow sometimes visits this area, so Creekflow gets involved over here too. And for those who are confused about that, you might have missed that there has been an ongoing comic series. I don't really advertise it, I just sort of do it. But I've been doing this comic series for the last few months. Here are all the panels. If you didn't know this existed, I'm very sorry, but this exists. I don't really advertise it on the YouTube at all. It's just here. So, there's that. And then, in really closely related to Starship Ponyville is the Can Opener's Notebook series. Right now, this only contains Fish Whisperer. And that is less of its own thing because it's very, very, very closely tied to Starship Ponyville. This is a very tight connection. And Lulamoon from the Sapphire Torrent lore also, you know, close with Canny as well, at least at some point. So that's that. Way over here, there's the Our Light and After series, which currently only has Our Light and After. And that, while being very distant, has really, really big ramifications on the Starship Ponyville stuff later on. Which also ties into Fish Whisperer stuff. And I just can't explain how these things work yet because you just have to read the story stuff first. What was I missing? Let me go back to the other chart. Oh, wait, I forgot. There's technically the extended series of Starship Ponyville. I'll have to explain how this works in a second. So I'm gonna put these in different color. There's Horse Friends, Twilight, and Control Freaks. And this gray stuff here is the Civil War arc. Just all about the Equestrian Civil War. And so that's like a whole... Hold on. So that's like a whole thing. The reason why these aren't counted as much right now is because these albums suck ass for the most part. And truthfully, when we first started writing out Starship Ponyville, we weren't taking it very seriously yet. And so these first 3 records were only relevant half of the time to the story, if that makes sense. So let me see if I can get an example here. Also, as bad as these albums are, I still love them. They're my babies. I can't hate them. I like literally can't hate them. I love them so much. They suck ass, but I still love them. So Horse Friends, for example, these two songs, Our Story Begins, is actually this song 11 years ago is an overture of a bunch of motifs that you hear throughout Starship Ponyville even now. A lot of the melodies in this have been used throughout Starship Ponyville. I'm wondering if anyone will recognize them. I'll play it really quickly. Very specifically, this part coming up here. Not this section here, but right after this section, we get into what's basically the largest Promise Complex motif that you're going to hear. Here we go. This particular progression. So that's a whole thing. These two songs are relevant to the lore. So Wake Up Every Pony is detailing kind of like just an attack on during the Civil War. Meanwhile, something like Sign My Flank has absolutely nothing to do with the story. Same thing with 3 Spooky 5 Me, nothing to do with the story. Heartswarming and Technically Dank Magic are related to the story. Yay Intensifies has nothing to do with the story. Wonder Canterlot is like half to do with the story and half not, and mostly just annoying. Honestly, most of this first half doesn't have a lot to do with the story. Most of the story happens in the second half of the album. Lunatic Neurosis into OO Pony Directory, Equestrian Technicolor, Hot to Trot, Crimson Shade. This entire run of songs is all relevant to the story. Oddity, nothing. Smile on, nothing. Star-Crossed through these are also related to the story. So it's like, it's a mixed bag. We can go to, I guess, Control Freaks and Featherlight Dynasty, Control Freaks. These both have something to do with the lore. Get Sexy Inks and Chronic Depression don't. And then Golden Light does, technically. And it's like, once you get past that, then all the albums that are in the lore don't really flip-flop around on if they're related to the story or not. So like, you go into Mystic Acoustics and everything here is going to matter to the story. So 2020, I guess 2016, Super Pony World 2016 is like, it's like, has some things which don't matter, but there's a little bit more suspension of disbelief with Super Pony World since it's like a virtual world and like a video game. And so you can kind of have things that are tangential and they'll still related because it's like video game shit. So I'm not really including fairy tales or Zero simulation in that. So really starting with 2016 album, you know, we got a little bit more serious. What's funny is, yeah, we don't have a fanfic for Zero simulation, but there is a story. I just never like published it or like wrote it out in a way that would be publishable. But this does have a linear story from start to finish. I just never like wanted to say it. That said, I'm Creekflow is more relevant to the lore than Paradise Valley. Actually, so much so that technically what I'm Creekflow is it's something that Vid made to taunt Creekflow. That's what the explanation is in the lore. It's just this album's just a troll. It's just Vid trolling Creekflow. I would say that the albums that have absolutely nothing to do whatsoever, fully 100% nothing to do with the lore, because even Winter's End has Starship Ponyville in it, so you can't even like discount Winter's End. The albums that 100% have absolutely nothing to do with the lore, Ramen House and Ponyville, Apathy, Tales from Equestria, Aloe and Lotus, Glitter, Queen of Misfits, Paradise Valley. Everything else has something to do with the lore, whether it's in a big way or a small way. The way it's pronounced is Zero simulation. I changed my approach to naming fictional things, so you don't see shit like this anymore in my stuff, but yeah, I just sort of made shit up all the time back in the day. Crude oil is canon, fracking is canon. Well, Starship Ponyville is partially about hating the military-industrial complex and capitalism, so one of the main theses for Starship Ponyville starting in around like the 2014 part of it was a criticism of colonialism and imperialism. So will Kenny ever come back? I hope so. I'd love for that to happen. Kenny was back in the comics. Candy has been in the comics. So that's a whole thing. Will Walrus ever have her own album? Walrus is in the comics. Check out Walrus. Y'all seen Walrus? Hold on. Y'all seen Walrus? Where's my folder? Oh, wait, Walrus isn't in my folder. It's in a different folder. Well, actually, at least I have Pilf 911, which is great. Where's Walrus? Where the fuck did I put my Walrus? Walrus? Where the fuck did I put you? Oh, there's Walrus.
There will be a Pilfered Electro Swing album.
Okay,
in
don't listen.
2027.
Don't listen to Stardust at all. Don't listen to Stardust at all. Anyway, here's Walrus. Lampert and Pilfered album. Listens to Stardust. What is Pilfcord anyway? Pilfcord is just like the friend group, essentially, and we're all starting to collaborate on stuff together. I am in Pilfcord right now. Alan
said,
Lotus remake Lampert and
Bubbaloo.
Pilfered. Yeah, maybe. I love this little fucking thing I did of Walrus and Pilfered hanging out. I think one of the best things that ever happened to me was realizing I can just draw, like, scribbly with my mouse and everything's, like, fine.
I love it when Pilfered said, "Oh, you're showing this."
You're fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, I'll probably compile the comics somewhere that isn't the wiki at some point, but for now it's like... The way it's been with the comics is I do these really spontaneously, and I need something that facilitates the spontaneity. If I had to, like, catalog all of these things myself and, like, put them into, like, a really organized state first, it would probably discourage me from making the comic in the first place. So for right now, I'm just doing shit. And when it starts to settle down, then I'll probably organize it more properly. But for now, you can keep up with it on the wiki or in my Twitter. Or in my Tumblr, but Tumblr is a little bit more difficult to see. Well, no, you can use my art tag, so whatever. Sans Undertale lore drop. The comic is my top source of wiki edits. You can't take it away from me. What would settling down involve? When I feel less compelled to do the comics, because the comics are, like, definitely an articulation of, like, ideas I have for the story combined with, like, things I'm dealing with in my personal life. They're very casually written, too. That's sad. Am I missing something here? All the main stuff looks like it's here. But that means stuff like top 5 videos has continuity very deeply with everything. What's really tough here is nailing down what is the thing to pay attention to for mostly. Because obviously, Tales from the Locust, Monarch of Monsters, this is the nexus point for everything, right? But is that, like, the main story to pay attention to? I'm not sure. Starship Ponyville and Super Pony World tangentially, these two together, were supposed to be, like, the main series. But the difficulty is that for Starship Ponyville specifically, I just haven't found it as compelling as the rest of these stories because I started writing Starship Ponyville when I was but a little creature, whereas the rest of these I've mostly written as an adult when I kind of know what I'm doing a little bit better. So it's like it's complicated. So the reason why finally finishing Promise Complex, this part of Starship Ponyville, is so important to me is it means that once that's done, I can finally rework everything that needs to be reworked, and I can finally move on to stories that, even if they're in the same universe and are related to the world building here, are a little bit more self-contained and aren't, like, held down by, like, Saturn's arc. I've been talking about Promise Complex since 2018, since before Homeward even came out. So it's like we've all sort of been waiting for Promise Complex to finally get done. In order to do Promise Complex, I also have to first finish the Fairy Tales fanfic, which was in progress since 2020. So it's just been a lot. It's been a lot of fucking baggage to get all this stuff done. It will really be a big step forward for the Vylet Pony project to finish Promise Complex and the Fairy Tales fanfic. And of course, finishing Promise Complex is going to involve writing the Promise Complex fanfic as well. And what's so tough about this is I've grown so much as an artist, musician, everything since Homeward and Fairy Tales, and I just don't know how passionate I can be about Promise Complex artistically and musically. I feel like it's going to be a struggle because I haven't done this style of music in a while, and I've put in so much to stuff like Monarch and Love and Pony stuff that's like I don't really know what I can do for Promise Complex the same way I did for these albums. So that's going to be a bit of a struggle for me to consider. Because Promise Complex was originally intended to be like, oh, this is where I'm going to put everything in it. This is where I'm going to test all my skills all at once. But like, I sort of done that with Monarch and Love and Pony Step. So now what is Promise Complex going to be? I'm not quite sure. The difference between Promise Complex and these other two albums, though, is that Promise Complex is like more spacey, orchestral, experimental, electronically, and is not as nearly as chaotic as things like Monarch and Love and Pony Step. It's going to be more carefully conceived, I suppose. But it's complicated. It's weird. I do have plenty of ideas for Promise Complex. Lots of styles and ideas that I've been wanting to do for a really long time, but just haven't yet.
Electro Swing.
Okay, there's not going to be Electro Swing on Promise Complex, but that's okay. It's complex. You finished the run, Violet. Now continue in endless mode. We will not falter the face of fear. You're so true about this, though. Always been really curious about why individual songs are uploaded to YouTube weeks apart, even after their respective album is out. Okay, so originally this was a holdover from the promotional days of my music. So in order for my music to get like published in different places, I would have to spread out the releases so that they would take each individual song and publish them rather than do it all at once and then minimize my exposure. So what I mean by that, I'll reword it. If I posted an album and then all the songs with it, I would only get like people talking about stuff for that small period of time, and then it would sort of go away. Whereas if I took an album, posted it, and then spread out the individual songs over, you know, a few weeks, months, whatever, then the album would be out, but I'd still have like the music in circulation and people would still be talking about it. So that was originally the idea. Now that doesn't really matter as much, and it's sort of instead just been a way to establish an individuality for each individual song, because I commission art for every single song, and I want everything to like stand out on its own. And I think at the same time, it's also maybe to encourage people to buy music, download music, you know, listen to it in a way that's more convenient than YouTube as well. So it's like, if you really want to listen to all the individual songs, you can just, you know, get the album in whatever way makes the most sense to you. So it's a combination of many factors in that sense. But that's why songs are uploaded long after the album's out. It's just to emphasize the individuality of a song, to showcase the artwork, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, and spam detection. There's less of a problem with that, but yeah, I just don't. Yeah. Oh, I guess another thing is like, during periods of inactivity for me, where I'm working on something or I'm busy with something else, having something else to upload to prove that I'm still alive and doing stuff is like good. It's kind of be like, hey, I'm still here, don't worry about it. And obviously once Love and Pony Step is out, I'm going to have tons of stuff I get to upload. I'm going to be cross-uploading Monarch, Love and Pony Step, and Girls Who Are Wizards over the course of like the next year. And by the time that those uploads are done, I'm also going to have a bunch of extra stuff to release, hopefully. So basically, we're building up a really big, fat catalog of stuff to put out while Promise Complex is in the works. So I feel pretty good about that. Vid might as well take over your channel while you're on vacation. I don't really do vacations. I sort of get my fill of breaks in between working on things already. Anyway, I know this flowchart is extremely confusing still. That's why I need to finish Promise Complex so I can rework everything to make it make more sense. But in private, I also have a timeline written of everything as accurately as possible. And I think there's like over 200 cells of events documented in that timeline. So I've been keeping track of things as much as I possibly can. Anyway, everyone got this? Everyone having fun with this fucking image? It's gone now. First we Vylet, then we Ponelda. Let's Vylet Ponelda. That is familiar feelings. You're doing better since the follow-up? Yes. Things are very positive since the follow-up with the stuff I was dealing with. Not in the clear fully yet with everything, but I'm functional, so it's like whatever. I haven't been sleeping very much though because it's been extremely hot and it's like triggering my anxiety a lot.
When you said Poneld, I was like, oh, I've been mentally seeing it as Pondle this whole time.
I don't know what it's supposed to be. I don't even know where the name came from. But thank you for asking.
Oh, because like Wordle and then Vylet Pony, Pawn. But even then it would be DLE.
But yeah, the L would go
Why is
here.
What? Why is it?
I don't know. I don't know. Also, sorry, I have to air out a little vent really quickly. Just because it's on my mind. I saw someone say somewhere, it might have been Rate Your Music or Album of the Year or something, but someone on Monarch said, man, I can't stand this album, this shit's so programmed and it's really obvious. And what they meant by this is, here, for people who don't know what that means, I'll explain that for a second. Let's open Ableton really quickly. I just need to vent about this for a second. Because I have some things to say. It's very tough to talk about stuff like this too, because I never want people to like go and like start bullying other people about stuff. So it's like, in order to talk about these things, I just have to like not show who said it. But I do want to talk about this. I don't tend to talk about what people say very much anymore, but like, just as a rule, if I ever do, fucking just like stay out of someone's business, though. I just need to be able to talk about shit without, you know, everyone going at someone. Like, it's not a big deal. So I play piano. People know this. Okay. Now, if I record something like this, you know, play it physically like this, that is not programmed. However, if you go in, make a MIDI clip, and start writing notes like this, can we turn off the scale thing? Thank you. Stop. Hello, Ableton. So if I go in and write this, like this, that's called programmed, as opposed to playing it live. This is programmed, this is recorded live. Now, someone was in the comments of Monarch being like, I can't stand this shit. So much of this is obviously programmed. So they're suggesting that almost everything on the album was done via this method here. And I have a lot of things to say about that. First and foremostly, there's nothing wrong with programming it. Like, your favorite white man European composer from the 18th century programmed stuff. It's called music writing on paper. So many of those guys didn't even play the instruments in their own symphonies. They're just writing shit. Programming, quote unquote, unquote, has just been a part of music for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. However, there is value that you can maybe find in something being live played, you know, and for something like Monarch, where so much of it is rock music and so much of it is like, you know, organic sounding, I can understand why you might value things being less programmed in that style of music specifically. So I understand that partially. And to be fair, there are some things on Monarch which are programmed. Some examples are the drums on the Heretic, the opening of Wallflower Equation, the boom 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 boom, that's programmed. I'm trying to think what else. There's not also the drums in Vitality Glitch and a lot of the stuff in Vitality Glitch. But for the most part, everything in Monarch was actually played live, including the drums. And you might ask, okay, but how did you do that without a drum set? Because I don't have a drum set. Well, I'll show you that. I've shown this a few times, but let's for all the new ones here. Let me show you something. Virtual drum set, sure. However, I play piano, and not just piano, but I could play drums on piano. A lot of the drums on Monarch are me just playing drums on piano. So are they real drums? Not exactly. They're still virtual drums, but are they programmed? No. Most of the drums on Monarch are not programmed. Let's see, the drum set I used for Revenge Fantasy, I think, was the Black Velvet. Yeah, that sounds like the right snare. And here, I'll show it again. Oh, that's my Kenneth. I also have a different setup where I can change the drum pads around. I'm gonna see if I can find where that is. Is it here? I don't remember. There was a thing I made for... Oh, there we go. So this changes up the... So I have this rack here which changes the order of the drum pads on the piano, so it's easier for me to play them. There's a setup the way drums usually are arranged like this, where you have kick here. This is normally how drums are laid out on a piano. The normal addictive drums are expanded multiple octaves, and so things are stretched out more. So for years, I got used to playing in this way. I got used to playing in this format. So I created this rack down here, which takes addictive drums and remaps everything to the way that I'm used to. And some of these drums are really fucking nice. They just came out with this thing, which sounds like this thing is absolutely nasty. How crisp it is. Let me do my favorite. What's funny is I'm super used to playing drums on piano, even to the point where a lot of those micro timings are on purpose. There's a huge difference between playing like this and playing this. It sounds sloppy, but it also has like this really nice like push and pull to it that I really like. It's like a lot of dotted swung rhythms that kind of go in between on time and in time. And obviously you can play it like super on time if you want to. But playing with that little bit of extra like drag and push and pull feels really nice. J Dillabronas, yeah, basically. Sorry, I love playing drums. You can also do your... Oh man, the fucking toms they have on this kit too. Okay, so a lot of the drums on Monarch aren't programmed. One of my favorite examples of this is Wallflower Equation. And I feel like this person must have been considering this part a lot. This part. Every instrument in this section is completely live played. The horns, the drums, everything. Except for that, the program thing from the start, but... But here's the thing. While a lot of the stuff on Monarch isn't programmed, like that person suggests, I also want to make it so clear that it's totally fine for things to be programmed, because like that should not be a limitation to how you make music. And the guitar was really not programmed. It was all stuff I played. The horns were never programmed. I always played those live. Piano was never programmed. I always played those live. Obviously, the drums were mostly never programmed, except for things like Vitality Glitch and The Heretic. And yet, it's totally fine to program things. And no one agrees with this more than the person who made that criticism of Monarch, because one of their top albums is Brat by Charlie XCX. I remember seeing that comment and then going to the profile. I'm like, okay, well, whatever. Now, again, I know the criticism is like, well, this is a rock album. This is a rock album. You can't program shit for a rock album. And it's like, I do not know how to tell you this, but you cannot usually make a rock album without a guitar amplifier. A guitar amplifier requires electricity to function. Without electricity, you can't really do rock music very easily. Are you saying that you're entirely dependent on technology to make this style of music? That's very fascinating. It is almost as if art is not necessarily the pure expression of what we can do with raw humanity. It is a combination of us and the tools we create to do the thing. No Switch songwriters, pure uncut rock. Also, the point earlier of Paranol laughing in the corner. Paranol agreed to be one of the most important emo artists out there. All of their shit is programmed. And that's part of the beauty of it, is taking that programming for this like normally organic style of music and still finding a way to make it gorgeous. Same thing with Death Consciousness, by the way. Most of the drums on Death Consciousness is Have a Nice Life is programmed. The drums in Death Consciousness is Have a Nice Life is just default GarageBand drums. Quinic, I'm not sure, but probably. Yeah, no, being against program music is elitist. It definitely is. And again, fucking classical music is programmed. Most, like, no, which fucking composer is playing all the violins and cellos and everything? You tell me. Not only that, but like, all your favorite rock artists love to do stuff that can only be done in a studio. You also have to think about stuff like let's talk about stuff like Green Day. It's a fucking pure uncut rock comment from earlier. Do you think Green Day's American Idiot's gonna sound as good as it does without the engineering? Like, the engineering, the mixing, the mastering is part of what makes that album so nice to people. And that's like not real. That doesn't exist. That's a very ethereal, non-tangible thing. If you think Mozart wouldn't have used MIDI, you're delusional. It's genuinely so true. It is pretentious music reviewer hockey? Where they hokey. Oh, I'm silly. Where they think they're superior for enjoying stuff critics gave 10 out of 10s. That's the thing, is if you look at someone's top albums or their topster, the more it resembles like the Rate Your Music Top 100, the more scared you should be. Like, yeah, everyone agrees these are good albums, but how come they're all your favorite albums too? That doesn't make any sense. When I first got into music, I wasn't aware of program music at all, so I just imagined everything as being played alive, so I just thought EDM was someone going 500 miles per hour in the synth. What's funny is when I first started listening to any kind of music, I never thought about how it was made. And it didn't really impress me very much. It just was always just like, oh, this is really cool sounding. And then becoming a musician and getting more into it, all the things that seemed the simplest to me all of a sudden became mind-blowing experiences. even getting into EDM at first, I relied a lot on like samples, and I didn't even think about how the samples were made. I was just like, oh yeah, these always existed, and like blah 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 blah. And then I sat down, I was like, okay, but how did these things actually get made? What the fuck? And then the more I tried to like reverse engineer all the samples that I'd used, the harder and harder and harder and harder and harder it got. It's like, the people who fucking do sound design for a living are insane. Pico, hi Vylet Pony, long time listener, first time chatter. Pico, I'm stuffing you into a box.
Pico, you should eat 10 burgers right now.
Yeah, I mostly use Rate Your Music as like a cataloging thing and like to look at information about stuff. I barely use it for ratings whatsoever because it's kind of fucking dog shit for ratings. It has a great algorithm for like finding new music though, but that's based on the tagging system. Rate Your Music is great for learning history and stuff like that. It's not really great for understanding if something is worth your time or not. And the thing is, most art is worth your time. It's just whether or not you're gonna fuck with it or not. Album of the year is so much better vibes. I disagree, but it's like fine. I think anytime you give people an ego for being able to spout opinions about stuff that they probably have no idea about, I felt like that's just not gonna be the greatest community of all time. And the thing is Rate Your Music and Album of the Year, they ate up Monarch so much. And like, I knew they would. Like, everyone on those websites are so predictable. I don't do stuff specifically to get attention, not like I used to in like 2015, 2016. I do stuff if I want to do it. And the thing is, you know, as I was conceiving Monarch, I was thinking in my head, oh brother, the people on these websites are gonna be like, oh, finally, you're making real music. I knew they would be like that. I knew they were gonna be like that. Lo and behold, we look at the reception, and it all happened just like I predicted. It's like, God forbid something I wanted to do is gonna line up exactly with how I know they're going to react. It's so fucking silly. It's like, it's genuinely really, really funny. What I can't predict is the reception to Love and Pony Step. In my mind, I feel like a lot of those people are gonna hate this shit. But also, some people have been opening up their minds to me in specific, so I'll see if I can convert people. If you put a prefix before the word rock, then Rate Your Music will love it. It's so true. Did you deliberately plot Monarch to be in between two dubstep albums to mess with them? Absolutely. Absolutely. No, like, putting out Love and Pony Step after Monarch is the dream that I've had. I want to rope the elitists in, the people who are going to be like, oh, Monarch is like real music, and then I'm going to be like, awesome, here's a better album than Monarch that you think is going to be garbage. This is the dream. This is the dream. This is the dream. And here's the thing. I don't want people to go to war for these albums on these websites. You shouldn't rate something unless you really want to. I don't want people to try and fight the review bombing or whatever. I don't give a shit. I used to when I was like, when Cutie Mercs came out. I'm so fucking over it though. Like, just do whatever you want. I don't fucking, who fucking cares about a number? A number of like a very, very predictable group of people. Also, let's continue to normalize calling Love and Pony Step bro step music. I think I've had the dubstep conversation on my YouTube channel like maybe 20 times at this point. But let's call this shit bro step. Bro step or pony step? Bro step. Love and Pony Step is my love letter to bro step. And Complextro. And Future Bass. And the T-Pab of futuristic swag.
And Crunk.
And Crunk. Unfortunately, I didn't get any Crunk in Love and Pony Step.
Yeah.
I should have, though. I wanted to.
And terrorcore, and extra tone,
and extra tone,
speedcore,
and speedcore.
and hardcore,
Wait,
hardstyle.
here's a question. Guys, should I make the T-Pab of Jungle Terror? Jungle Terror is coming back in a big way. Mirrored, you're in chat, right? I know you fuck with Jungle Terror like me. Tell me you fuck with Jungle Terror like me. The new gens don't. The new gens have no idea about Jungle Terror. I love electronic music so much. I feel bad for elitist music fans who think it's lesser for some reason and just won't take it seriously. It's like really funny again, because again, if you put these people in front of a computer and said, "Okay, now make electronic music," they're gonna come out with like Casio Beat number 5. It's like really funny.
Yeah,
Or-
shit, give us a math rock album.
Or at best, they'll come up with like new disco splice sample song. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. It only started 6 years ago. But you still get it. The opposition of jungle is definitely tundra. I don't want there to be an opposition to jungle. I think jungle should just be king forever. That's the other thing. We were literally just having this conversation. We were literally just having this conversation in Pilfcord like yesterday about like fucking Americans don't understand jungle and drum and bass music. They never will. They're never gonna get it. Oh my god, I'm excited for Gibbs to hear the album too. This one's gonna be so different from Monarch, and I can't wait to hear his like perspective on it. Can we start calling atmospheric D&B tundra? I mean, yeah, liquid DMV, icy DMV, tundra DMV.
We're calling Micro House Mouse House.
We have this conversation too, yeah. Favorite song from Fairy Tales is Street Rat. Actually, that's really base because I love Street Rat.
Sure, that's good.
I think that's the problem is David Guetta like has skill too. It's just like he doesn't put it to use that I find very exciting. At least his mixdowns are really nice, right? Favorite song from Loving Pony Step? Again, I'm gonna say it. Falling in Love with a Corporate Illustration. Everybody get your ass together for Falling in Love with a Corporate Illustration, because like I locked in for this whole album, but I didn't lock in nearly as much in anything in my life compared to Falling in Love with a Corporate Illustration. This is the song. Corporate Illustration's gonna go at the top of my top songs list on Spotify. Very easily. Yeah, I don't know what it is about drum and bass and like jungle not getting the love it deserves in like America. In a lot of other parts of the world, especially the UK, obviously everyone gets it. Just not here. Tiesto, come back to your glory days, please. Can I just say that my exposure to Tiesto initially was through his progressive house, like festival house music, and not like the trance music that he's been known for like decades. It was like genuinely really funny. Like it was like some Swedish house, Dutch house shit that he was doing. It wasn't even his trance music.
Man, I only know Tiesto for like 2 songs, and like one of them is like really nostalgic for me. Fucking in my memory.
Okay. Wait, that's so fun. Hold on. I need to hear this.
Like I had 2 like stuffed like ugly dolls, and I would always like make them like bob and dance to it and sing to it occasionally. Kind of some cringe background, but you know.
Yeah.
Hey, this is the shit.
You know what I love about this is like the phasing on the hi-hats. It feels so ethereal. Instead of like a, it's like. White balance is cooked on that photo. Okay, wait, this is completely tangential to everything we've been talking about, but I am a deadmau5 apologist for his music from up until 2014. I think his music up to 2014 was like genuinely incredible, and the one I'm the most of an apologist for is 4412. Even deadmau5 fans and non-deadmau5 fans alike, both for whatever reason, do not fuck with 4412. But like, how can you fucking not? Hold on. How on earth can you not fuck with 4412 when it sounds the way it does? Hold on. Like, I'm sorry, but this is the craziest shit in the world. Like, the mix is immaculate, the bass is fat as shit. Okay, One Trick Pony is like great, but the lyrics are dog shit. I usually don't say stuff like that, but like the lyrics are really stupid, like in a really mean way. But like, holy fuck, like, oh my god, animal rights too. Cthulhu Sleeps is still my favorite off this. I found the Cthulhu Sleeps clap, I think. Actually, you know what's crazy? I sourced the deadmau5 Ghosts and Stuff clap as well. I can show it, hold on. Here, this is the deadmau5 Ghosts and Stuff clap. I sourced it to this one. That's the Ghosts and Stuff clap. There it is. It's from the 90s sample CD, the Norman Cook, the Fatboy Slim, Skip to My Loops sample CD. And it's the second clap on this loop. I don't think anyone sourced this yet, but I found it by accident. But I was looking for the Cthulhu Sleeps one. Let me see if I can find it. Here. From Cthulhu Sleeps, it's specifically that second one. That. It's from some Korg keyboard. But yeah, this is like right here. The kick drum into that sub is just like the cleanest phase relationship I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know how you do that. It's really nice. It's really clean. That's probably talking about deadmau5 just because I feel like talking about deadmau5. Because why not? Deadmau5. I'm gonna do this. Motifs and but what was tripping out what they are? Oh, well, I can talk about the motifs in a second, actually. This is like post 2018, I think. Is it a Fish Whisperer song? I don't feel like it is. What is this? Oh, is this, look at me. Mark of Harmony. Examining the afterthought. Oh, up. Very nice. While 1 is less than 2 is also a really great album. Afterwards, I feel like Dead Mess definitely took a bit of a weird turn musically in a way that I'm not really a fan of. Oh, this is Spark. Okay. So the motifs are fascinating for Starship Ponyville lore stuff. Let me get my piano really quickly. So I have to get my fucking Apple Music open again. Also, by the way, if there was ever any question, Levels is one of the greatest dance songs of all time. I could talk about it for ages, but I've already done that enough. So, motifs don't show up very strongly before Zreo simulation. There is, again, some of the leitmotifs in Horse Friends, like I was talking about. The first like major motif, I think, was definitely going to be the Love Letters Mistress one.
One more time from the top, please.
And it's a motif in the sense that it shows up in different parts of Colorless as well, like here. And it's also articulated in Familiar Feelings like this. So the way we do that is... Wait. That's the colorless motif, the mistress motif technically. Let's see. So then our motifs start to show up in spades starting here. The main motif in Super Pony World is technically two things. It's the melody here. I can't play this on piano. This was programmed. And that shows up again in Victor and Canterlot. And then, I'm trying to remember where it is here. I'm having a hard time remembering Fairy Tales because it's so fucking big. Let's find it. Hello. Because the Fairy Tales one, this thing, sounds similar, but it's not the same. Oh, I know. In Medley of Visions. Here. So that's the one up motif, or the original Zero simulation motif. And then, oh my god, Feather! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, hi Feather, oh my god, hi. Holy shit. Oh my god, Feather the goat, oh my god. This is the greatest thing ever, holy shit. Shout out Feather, the fucking greatest to ever do it. Oh my goodness. Guys, I told you she's back and we're winning so much. Wait, I could actually show the Feather samples and interpolations really quickly. I don't know how much you've heard. I think maybe you were listening to Carousel, but the main one here is here where I have the City Slicker vocals as part of the vocal glitching here. Feather, my absolute greatest honor of all time. Thank you so much. There is also the here's another fun one. Right in the background here, the vocal glitches in the back here are Jealousy. But then also,
You've got me all figured out.
is an interpolation of wait.
You've got me all figured out.
So there's that. And extra kept reminding me of the interpolation and needle pusher, which I need to get up here instead, where it's this.
Why can't I be the pony you want from me? City is slicking, I've been stitching.
Is a reference to help me. Is a reference to the greatest song of all time, City Slicker. Where are you? Where is my City Slicker? Oh, there's like a million City Slickers on my computer. It's like, which one's the right one? Here we go. Raindrops, they bounce right off my back. Is also, where the fuck did Needle Pusher go? Help me. Is also interpolated here.
Sleeping. My back. Raindrops, they bounce right off my back.
There's that. And then also in fucking Monarch, Vitality Glitch, the start here, is also City Slicker. There's that. There's also some other ones. I'm probably forgetting them at this point though, because they were so subtle. But also, I haven't really told anyone outside Patreon except about this one, but here's this.
The shapes and colors of the patterns all around. I'm lifted, soft like down. No, the waves of light, tiny fragments of soul.
it's a full thing. I'll put it out at some point. I might want to redo 1 or 2 parts of it, but like, holy shit. I just had to get that out. Huge forever, ever and ever. Shout out Feather. It's so heartening to see you back and like excited about creating things again. You're again the greatest to ever do it. I hope we can get your stuff up on streaming because everyone in this chat definitely needs to put some listens on that as soon as possible. And obviously your Bandcamp is still up, so it's always available to buy as well. Hopefully you're still getting the money from that though. Let's see. Yes, I'll try and work something out. I can definitely try and help with getting stuff up on streaming. It is a pretty reasonable process. I could talk to you more about it, but there is definitely a bunch of like different options we can explore to make that the case, because I think everyone would appreciate it. One last thing before I go back to talking about the motif things is there was a demo I had written with you in mind 12 years ago. I think we must have talked about it very briefly on Skype at one point. And the idea of that song is kind of like went kind of defunct. And so never ended up finishing or anything. I reused parts of it in this new album, so that's kind of fun. It's I can point it out when the album's out because I think it would be cute. But yeah, thank you for saying hi. You're the greatest of all time. Oh, the biggest honor of my life. Biggest honor of my life. So I need to turn the get down. There we go. So what was I just doing before this? I was showing the there was the one up motif was the one up motif. There's 2 other motifs in here technically. The other main motif in the Super Pony World series is the Song of Home motif, or the technical term for it is the Equestrian Courage Anthem. And that is this. So that goes. Something like that. And that shows up at different points later on, especially in fairy tales. I can't remember all the instances off the top of my head, but I definitely know that things like, I think in Medley of Visions again, it was like... Where is it? Here, this one. So there's that one. Also, shout out Bree for that shit. That was incredible. But technically, that motif traces back all the way to this. Because Ardent Cadency was originally intended to be a part of the lore. And the Equestrian Courage Anthem is this. This is from April 19th, 2015. This is the original first appearance of this motif.
This is now the kingdom we've made. Upon all of our sins to our grave. Although we've all come out short changed, it's only the beginning, only the beginning, just the mere beginning of the world we made.
So that was 10 years ago. And of course, everyone's mentioning how that was articulated in, not here. In here.
It's now the kingdom we made. Upon all of our sins to our grave. Although we've all come out shortchanged.
And even though Girls Who Are Wizards is not a part of the Super Pony World storyline, because this takes place in the fairy tale simulation, that definitely belongs there musically. I'm trying to think what are the other instances of the fairy tales motif. Actually, interestingly enough, there are some examples on the wiki. I wonder if it's in here. I don't quite remember. Here. So there's... Oh, they're not all listed here yet. Unfortunate. We'll get there. But there are other examples. Oh, also in Serpentance, I think. No, it's in Hoofprints. Yeah, in the background here. Now, you'll hear that in a lot of other songs, I think, in small ways and in large ways. And of course, okay, I'm leaving one really primary motif out for just a moment, because I want to talk about how in 2021 I started doing motifs via producer tags. So obviously there's the
Something.
Sing a song about life. There's a place in your mind.
right.
With a keychain, a pinky, her cupcakes are the best. I've been failing my classes cause I don't give a on never fade away.
Wait, I forget where it is in Wayfarer.
Sing a song about
Oh,
Sing a song about life. Sing a song about life.
so obviously motif was I embraced producer tags as like a motif starting in Cutie Marks. Cutie Marks still has its own motif as well. So there's the which also shows up here. But of course, in Cutie Marks, the main thing was the tag. Then in Fish Whisperer, I went back to a normal motif, which was this melody, which is I don't don't remember where I put it in here. I don't remember where I put it in here, but I know in Yak Song it's the meow. I'm having a hard time remembering where I placed the motifs in Fish Whisperer. But the motif shows up very prominently. Na 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 na. So that's that motif there. Step in time. Oh. There it is, thank you. So that's the Fish Whisperer one. So that's that one. And also, of course, Fish Whisperer technically is a motif in and of itself because of the... Let's see if I remember how to play this. I play by ear, so I completely forgot how to play this. There we go. The Fish Whisperer motif, and the reason why it's a motif despite never showing up again in Fish Whisperer is because of this. Because that's the motif. So, there's that. And then, of course, Carousel, the main motif in this is actually just Creekflow's voice. I don't know if it's in Let's Fly to the Castle, but... There's that one. And what's interesting is that that sound, when I was working on Carousel, and this is probably going to make a lot of sense now, Creekflow was the first song I made for the album. The entire album started with Creekflow, and I basically built my way up to Creekflow. That's how I wrote the album. And so... That's how it became the motif, is because I had that sound. And of course, the way I did this was I made a Vylet patch, and I was just playing stuff. So Creekflow's voice sounds really organic because it is hand played. And so to me, it was really poignant that the album started with Creekflow because it ended with Creekflow, and Creekflow sort of became so much. But the motif for Carousel was primarily that little bit there. Whereas there isn't really a musical, melodic phrase that is interpolated throughout the album as its tag or its like motif or anything. Of course, for Monarch, I'll get to that in a second. But for Monarch, obviously the main thing was Sludge. Okay, Creekflow, sing it for me. And that is played at different intervals throughout the album without you even fully realizing it. I don't think it's in Pest, but in Play Dead, it's... Wait, it's right here. So that's where that shows up. I don't think it's in here. I don't think it's in here either. Actually, I'm starting to forget where the motifs are in here. I might be missing them. But I think, one of the horns starts playing the motif here. Sincilla and Vitality Glitch. Oh yeah, you're right. Right there, yeah. And basically the idea is that the motif plays throughout the album up until Sludge. Once Sludge happens, the motif doesn't happen again. Because it's the Sludge motif, it's not necessarily the Monarch motif. And then obviously the tag of the album is the wolf howl. And so yeah, there's that. Now, Girls Who Are Wizards, obviously this is where the main thing was The Music Never Stops, No. There's. There's that, and of course, then there's this one. And obviously, you hear that throughout the album. But then also, there is a small motif, and that is the Sacred Dragon one. Dun, dun, na, 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 na. Dun, dun, na, 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 na. Da, na, 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 I forgot it goes up there. That actually shows up here again. Where is it? Maybe. Wait, is it this one? I actually might be forgetting. Is it maybe the name of friendship? Actually, I swear to God, I'm not remembering anymore. It shows up again, I swear. Man, I'm really forgetting this shit. I do so much. I swear I used the Sacred Dragon motif somewhere else. I thought it was in Facing a Loop until we come to the Lodestar, but it might have just been very similar. Using my big fat brain to think about this. Oh, I remember now. Right here. Right there, that's where I used the fucking motif. It wasn't in the drop. Okay, I'm not stupid. I know what I'm doing. That motif, remember it. Remember that motif. You're gonna want to like to remember that one. So, obviously, the one, I've been leaving out one very important motif. And it's going to be the one that, if you don't know about it yet, it might ruin everything for you. And it starts with this. I'm gonna let this play out until the motif happens. Hi, Creek Flow.
Born out a demon, the patron of sorrow. Everything in blindness, the hell of tomorrow. Branded by hatred, fallen to angels. How shall she fare for the freedom till dawn?
The demon finds solace in a finite condition, bred from ideal that's so bound by contrition. We've a creation of a fallen mystic. How can a world purge curses unseen?
These her endeavors will bring light in the world, still the solemn forewarning. Transgression is punished by its own consequence. What is the cost of deliverance?
The end of innocence, sought by the creed of innocence, entranced by totality, the stars all around. What will become of the world they once knew?
So therein lies two motifs, the Saturn motif and the Spectre motif. That's the Saturn motif, and is the Spectre motif. Now, remember again this melody. Oh, it's not in this one, I don't think so. Isn't that nice? Oh, I don't remember what is in Penumbra. Here it is. I may be wrong, but isn't that the motif straight up your YouTube intro drinkle? Um... Oh, I'll do the
A life untold. It's not nice. These are only the examples I feel like showing right now. They're in a lot of songs. It's in a lot of songs. And the idea is, if that is there, if that motif is there, it's a part of the lore. It's like a part of the story. Which is very nice. So, you know. There's also the, back to the Spectre theme, the... What's the... It shows up in some of these as well, specifically End of Death's Whisper. And also in Homeward stuff, I think. I'm trying to remember which ones. Is it in a... Oh. Not quite the motif I was thinking of, but man, I don't remember where I put the other Spectre's theme, but they're around. You just have to find them. Maybe it's better that I don't remember where they all are, because it's a surprise even to me. I think it's in tier. Oh yeah. Although that's a direct quote of Forewarning, which has the first instance of it. Also, yeah, End of Medley of Visions as well. And there's more. Many of them are really subtle and hidden. You guys just have to find them. But that's why I kept the Saturn and Spectre motifs for last, because, well, those are the ones that are, like, the most prominent. And they're in everything. So, yeah. Top 5 hidden Saturn motifs. Now, the problem is that some of the albums that are related to the story didn't originally start out as related to the story, too. I'm thinking of things like Our Light and After and Carousel. So those probably won't have the motif, unless I did them by complete accident because it's a melody that I like to do anyway. Now, what's funny is, I did
I did this motif starting in 2016, but one of my favorite albums, which you can even find by going on my Bandcamp, Eris Infinity. And what's funny is Clerks is one of my favorite musicians ever. And we were talking a lot in the process of me working on Mystic Acoustics and Homeward. I did the motif first, by definition. But what's funny is that I was actually supposed to be on this song. And I did a small demo for it. I don't know if I still have it. That's it. Yeah, okay. But that's not the exact one. But whatever, it's fine. I did a vocal demo for it in 2017 when I was working on Mystic Acoustics. I can't seem to find the demo where this came from, so I originally... Clerks had made a different beat, and I sang over it. Then he took the vocals I did and put it on a new demo with the vocals pitched down like this. I can't find the first demo, but basically he took my vocals and like...
I remember all the times, and you have no idea. I can count all the fights. I remember how you cried. Nothing was the same, but our hatred never died. Hatred never died.
So, I was originally supposed to be on this song, and I only found out a few years later that he kept part of my vocals in there. If you listen closer to the background, you can hear my vocals still. Right there, specifically. And so it's funny because even though I'm not technically on this album as a feature or anything, I'm still in the background on this song. And that said, it's funny to hear this motif in this album. Because I did the motif before this album, and he didn't really know much about the motif either. And this has nothing to do with my lore or my anything. But I was like involved with it even mildly, and so it's almost like he accidentally let me have this little thing in. It's really weird. It's funny. I feel about stories based off of referencing yours. Oh, it's like fine. Obviously they would be, you know, everyone's individual personal stories, but yeah. Yeah, that's chill. But anyway, that's that. That's kind of fun. So now Love and Pony Step has a tag motif. But it's not the same as the other albums in that the tag or tags change very frequently, but they're still related. I'm trying to think what I can show to exemplify this. Well, okay, so I've already played part of Worst Rave Ever on stream before, so I guess I can do this, but obviously My Love is a Quickscope has this. This right here. And then you go to Worst Rave Ever.
Let's go fun! U3 Productions presents a Lucario Pictures original movie.
Worst rate ever.
to destroy.
Can you sort of see what this is going to be? What that's going to be with that tag. Also, I don't know how I didn't mention this one. Alright.
Opinion? What's wrong with that?
Long ass intro.
I could tear my heart. If you're not the type, then you just can't stay. Everyone knows the name of the game, but me.
You know how we do it. In the Hudson Bay, you know how we do it.
Obviously, I've talked about the Pedro tag a million times, so I mean the Pedro tag, everyone. but yeah. So the 11 Pony Step has a lot of different tags in it, so motifs aren't really a thing here, so much as the tags are. This album was okay. What's really funny is my idea for 11 Pony Step, because this album's really chaotic. I wanted to have like a bunch of tags and just like spam them a lot. And what's really funny is then Skrillex put out Fuck You Skrillex, where that album has a ton of tags smothered all over it. And I was doing it first. I was partially annoyed at first. I was like, oh my god, Skrillex stole my idea. Skrillex, buddy. Now we're okay, whatever. But at the same time, I was also like, you know what? The new Skrillex album makes me want to like maybe turn it up a notch even more. So I did turn it up a notch even more. So it did inspire me to do something. But I was doing it first, let the record show. Some of the tags are like really good. The tags are by we have a few of them. There are some dishy tags, there are some fluffy tags, there are some Neko Snicker tags. Extra Happy did some tags for the album, or did a tag for the album, so it's like this album's smothered. This album's simply smothered. And there are some tags that only get used in corporate illustration, and those ones are some of my favorites. Oh yes, Pico even has a tag. Pico has a tag. Shout out Dirkman's official. Actually, I think Pico, I think your tag actually was on Dove Not to Be, if I remember correctly. That Nerkman's on the beat is our Pico tag. Hold on, it's the
Nerkmit's on the beat.
That's my favorite because it's like Pico is not even doing music on the album. I just like need him represented. Is Dove Not to Be ever gonna release on streaming? Well, I have good news for you. It is on streaming. And so is There Was a Dragon Tamer, and so is No Fandom. Those just went up, like, yesterday. The thing is like, the reason why I keep doing stuff that doesn't show up on streaming immediately is because, a lot of times I need to just, like, write music to get, like, my feelings out sometimes. It's, like, my vent art or whatever. Sometimes it's, like, good stuff, and sometimes it's bad stuff. And, like, I just need it. I just need it to exist. And it won't be for, like, an album or anything, it's just some shit I want to do. And what's tough is, back when I first started releasing music, the process of releasing something was put thing on Bandcamp, put thing on YouTube, announce it, done. And that's it. Now, nowadays, it's like, if I want to release one thing, I have to go to the catalog and catalog it on both the back end and front end catalog sheets. Make sure to give it a a catalog number, make a YouTube video, get all the credits and catalog number stuff on there. I have to do the artwork. I have to get all the master file folders together. I have to do the website and the card updates, and I have to get it up on streaming through distribution, and I have to make the YouTube video, and I have to do all the Bandcamp stuff. I have to export all the stems. I have to do all the blah, 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 blah. The process of releasing a single thing now is like 25 times longer than how it used to be. For me. And so when I do these like random songs that are just me doing my feelings, it's like I don't even want to think about like the process of releasing this officially just yet. So that's why I'll just like post something and not think about it until later. Like when I'm ready to finally catalog everything, then I'll do it. But that's why a lot of that stuff doesn't show up on streaming at first, because it just needed to exist first. I don't want to be bogged down by like basically all this week. I've just been getting Love and Pony stuff ready for release. That's just been this entire week for me. Like it is a much longer process now. Normally people have like a management for this. I don't, because I don't really trust people to do things exactly the way I want them to be done. So I just do everything by myself. I have been getting a little bit of help here and there now with the Pilflings though. It's been fun. But other than that, it's still mostly just been me. Normally, people with like, with like a lot less of a audience will be having managers still. It's just like managers are expensive. They're gonna take my money. They're gonna be Vylet Pony too. Now, Dove Not To Be is its own thing. It's not consequential to anything. No Fandom is its own thing. It's not consequential to everything. There Was a Dragon Tamer has some relevance to Love and Pony stuff, though. It's not part of Love and Pony stuff, but some of the stuff I was writing it is echoed in different parts of Love and Pony stuff to different capacities, so... yeah, that's just the thing. It's sort of an addendum, because I didn't write those things in the album, so it's like I was just writing it there instead. Man, I have been talking a lot of words. Oh, so we've been consistently at over 100 viewers. I didn't even realize. That's really scary. Some of you should leave. Can we keep the stream numbers down to double digits? What's funny is, whenever I do those songs too, usually it's in under an hour. So, There Was a Dragon Tamer is an exception, so that one I finished in about an hour and 45. But then Dove Not To Be, I made in 45 minutes from start to finish, and No Fandom I made in an hour from start to finish. Let me see what else, because I do some of these a lot. I Want You to Be Alive, I think took me 45 minutes to make from start to finish, this thing. These ones look like they're part of those kinds of releases, but they're not. These ones took longer. I Want to Feel Like a Little Dragon took me like 45 minutes to make. Oh, this my catalog is still missing some of these, isn't it? Interesting. Okay, well, you know. They're always good for me to make, so I don't ever want to think about having to release them properly until later. Okay. I'll do more of these. I need to like catalog a lot of these and put them into an album, so they're like in a collective space. And always the photos I'm using for these, because the format's pretty similar. For these, where I'll get a photo and I'll like scribble over it. The photos are always have something to do with. Oh, that's the same thing. The photos always have something to do with what I'm writing about in some way. Like this is a photo I took in, I think it was somewhere a few hours out of San Francisco. we were doing a camping trip and I was dealing with some shit. How do you finish impromptu projects like this between working on big art projects? I turned my brain off. That's one of the big things, is I just turn my brain off. I don't try and think about the logistics of it. I just do things based on my feelings, and then I think about it later. One of the worst things you can do is get into the cycle of like, is this finished? Is this finished? Is this finished? It's like, if it feels finished, then, you know, if it's something small like this, just say it's done. Come back to it. And if like you finish it and you feel like it was underdeveloped, then you can go back and do more with it another time. No one's gonna be mad at you for that. Sometimes you need to just put shit out. I've been splitting up my workload into things I'm doing for perfectionism purposes and things I'm not doing for perfectionism purposes. Like, Dove Not to Be, this song is wildly unpolished. This thing is rough, the mixing makes no fucking sense. Stuff just fucking happens with no continuity. I wasn't thinking about making it make sense. I was just like, I need this thing in my head to be music, and that's it. You need to give yourself permission to make weird fucking whatever shit. Like, my best advice is split your time up into perfectionism time and non-perfectionism time. Take some time to push yourself as an artist, and take some time to do stuff that is just like nice to do. No, it's funny, as Love and Pony Step was supposed to be an anti-perfectionist album, and then it became a perfectionist album. I had this problem sometimes. So that's kind of why I had 3 of these kind of anti-perfectionist releases in the midst of working on this album. Because it's like, I needed to stretch my silliness a little bit. Not even silliness, because like these are all serious songs. Someone came up to me at BabsCon, and they were like asserting that No Fandom was like a funny joke song. I was like, ooh, you're not ready yet. You're not ready. It is not a joke song. it was cute. It was funny, but it's like, No Fandom's not a joke. It might come across that way, but I don't do music ironically anymore. This isn't 2016. I'm not a teenager. There's always something I want out of music. Well, I don't know how to tell you your best friend forgot be on a full project. I don't think so. I do love this song a lot though. But I don't think it'll be on anything. No, I like No Fandom. The mixing is like dog shit, but like I like it that way. Sometimes you have to do shit that's like terribly engineered for your own heart. You just focus on the feeling instead of like polishing it. Okay. I've been talking for 2.5 hours about music. That's like first in a while. What are the empty ones? What are the empty ones? What do you mean the empty ones? Oh, these. These are just like for separating my major albums and my non-major things. That's all that's there for. And secretly they actually have like... Where is it? Oh, this is the acapella to Golden Light. Oh, can we get a... Where the fuck is it? I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind just a little bit.
And the love you had given me guided.
There's that one, but where's the first verse? Where is even the first verse? Okay, whatever. This is the Golden Light acapella or something. That's the same thing. This is the acapella to Tempest, I guess.
Me on your future.
This is the acapella to Equality.
Equal. They've all brainwashed me.
My singing voice was very different back then.
Every pixel to my
And let's say acapella to wireless. Those specific songs, because those were what was like relevant when I made those dividers. I don't feel like changing them, so it's like whatever. Grandma voice? I guess. Even though that was like 10 years ago, I would have been 10 years younger. But it's like fine, I guess. Maybe I'm aging in reverse. That's a band's name or something. Not falling in reverse, help me. But yeah, that's what the blank ones are for. It also doesn't even work 100% of the time, but it's like good enough. I make a lot of music, I suppose. But okay. Artist is literally pushing grandma. Sometimes I feel like it. If you guys like, I don't know how old any of you are, but like I'm in my 20s and my fucking back already hurts. I thought I had like 30 more years before this shit.
Girl, shut up. I'm literally like 4 years old.
But your back's probably much better than mine.
No, trust me, I'm shrimping all the time. It was bad last week.
Well, you know what? Then we're aligned. We're aligned with it. Also, everything's upside down. How to fix this? Transform vertical? Thank you. Artists do have bad backs. And bad, like, forearms. Bad hand posture, bad everything. Australia stream. Alright, we're gonna finally finish, we're gonna finally finish. As for hands, like, obviously, I'm on a keyboard all the time, so... that's gonna fuck me up a little bit. But also, the last, like, half year, I've been drawing a shit ton with my mouse, so... Ouch. Ouchie, ouchie. Also, someone told me to...
It's fun to draw with mouse.
It is. It's... Someone told me to drink water. I have iced tea. Low sugar iced tea. Which is nice. Okay. Now hopefully we should see the stream count go down to double digits. I usually lose like half of everyone once I start playing a game. I think it's really funny. Does iced tea have water in it? Oh shit, my next goal is to return to the mortal plane. I kind of be forgetting to do this every now and then. What? Wait, collect my pages? Type shit? I need that fucking bean image, the one that says all my favorite things give me carpal tunnel. All the things I love give me carpal tunnel.
Tabby said, "Cries."
I wonder if I can find something silly without going towards the thing. No, I want to explore the funny, like, Slenderman forest.
Pico said, I need to eat lots of milk to strengthen my bones.
You need to drink lots of milk to strengthen your bones. Hearing collect my pages triggered memories of the Slender They bit I did with my friends on Discord a couple of years back. Collect my pronouns. No, let me look at weird. Let me find strange objects in this weird forest. That's what I'm here for. Okay.
Rivers run red or something.
Oh, you're right. The rivers are kind of running red. Speaking of pronouns, what the fuck is up with like people going crazy about Chris, they, them, Deltarune? Everyone's like doing mental gymnastics, just not call Chris, they, them.
Now he said, they're fake fans.
They're fake fans.
I'm going back.
Vronehounds? Wait, what are they building? Vrem.
Pico said, the mental gymnastics of that one person was insane. Crazy being he slash him in the light world, and she slash her in the dark world.
Of course it was a brony. Where are you? Let me go back to sleep. Shelly the android lobster is back? You fucking bet.
Ironically still making it gender fluid as hell though.
Nobix forces are surrounded.
Shelly the android lobster.
He's not responding.
Oh, we're back in it, okay. First we game, then we game, or something. First we web, then we punk. Here's the funny thing is, Shelly, like many of my characters, they all start as like some random idea that I don't plan to expand on whatsoever. Then everyone likes it too much, which makes me like it too much, and then I end up doing more with them. Did you expand the Big Rob song? No? That song is fire, Maddie.
Sorry. Yeah.
Wait, why'd that take away my melee? They were like... That used a melee charge for no reason. Shelly is the new Mr. Worldwide. Wait, by the way, guys, Shelly and Lampert are T for T.
Pico said, I'm a little red whale swimming in the sea. I've got the red thing come and swim with me.
What the fuck is that cadence?
Prodigy, you're just jealous.
I am, dude.
Very good. Excellent.
People said, saying this is the chat beating me again.
Wait, what? Give me your heart. Finally, my Ronut health is even bigger than before. Help me.
He just took out a siege tower. Get word to Novik.
Oh, I'm a little blue key. Come and open me. Right?
People said, wrong.
Okay. My bad. You were right about viewer count, yeah. Everyone wants to hear me like, yeah, no one wants to see me play. But they don't realize they have to get their game up. That's okay, I prefer it. It's like really overwhelming when I see more than double digits.
Very good. I was going to go with like but the girl will come over with me.
Okay, baddie. Relax. Should we get a Vylet Pony Battle Pass? This area is mildly confusing. I hate you.
People said, okay, I was gonna do a bit and get into a fight with myself over TTS, but I'm too lazy.
You know what? I've imagined the fight in my head already, so it's okay. I have too many life sigils. Hi, guys. Okay, weapon skid. I suppose. Not the most exciting thing to find in the mines. What? There's twice of you? I fucking hate this shield guy. Like, sure, I'll waste my melee on that for you, I suppose.
Demons are taking heavy casualties.
Give me the orb. As a Monarch head, I can confirm I'm very hyped for LPS. I hope so. We need all the prog fans to realize there's joy. There's joy in bro step and pop music. Because of my time zone, Pony Step drops at 3 AM on the 12th. You bet I'm listening on the second it drops, though. Just keep in mind, Love and Pony Step is 95 minutes long, so... What's your favorite Tracy Breaks track is a good question. I really like Orphan Source a lot. I haven't seen you bitches in a while. Get out of here. I must find the hidden wells. Collect my wells. I am looking for the wells. Is that a valve? We're gonna ignore the demonic ass structure in the background. You're not narrowing it down very much.
It's okay with you, so
Troops have been obliterated.
All that for a drop of $5. We should get 32.7 the Krieg as a real radio station. Truth, Moab. Wait, this was the location of the first and very first wealth. The thing is, 2025 is already shaping up to be a really great year for music. There's so much great stuff coming out.
Okay. This place looked like my bedroom after playing subjects mix.
Five hits of Chex Mix.
Yeah.
Someone's going crazy right now. What are you doing all that Chex Mix for? Where are the other collect my wows?
Comedy and laps.
You guys again? This place is so sprawling. How am I supposed to collect my wows? I quoted, "You'll always be a monster, I know, but I am your monster no longer," in your yearbook. That's like super awesome, even though that's like not even my quote. It is a great quote. Where are my wows? Mersbo's sweep. Kinda true. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 32.8 would be too close to 32.7. You're basically transmitting very close to 32.7. Where the fuck is that music coming from? You! Someone should quote Shelly the Android Lobster in their yearbook. For a second, I thought that said someone should unquote Shelly the Android Lobster in their yearbook. Oh my god. Is this a Dark Souls 2 reference? We're going to the gutter? We're going to Black Gulch? Toys.
Pico said, "Town."
Toys. What? Huh? What the fuck is in the foreground? Okay. Like all this for $2? Guys, what are you doing here? Yay, $2. $2 Doom dollars. Dollary doos. Dollary dooms. Oh, they're all here. Hi. Oh, that kills.
Pico said, okay grown-ups, I need to go to bed.
Okay, Pico. Have a gummy bed.
Good night, Stinky.
Good night, Stinky.
Jolly good. Good night, grown-up.
Enemy threat has been eliminated. He's regained control of the battlefield.
Have an absolutely row bed. Rarf. Rarf. These were enemies for a second. They really, like, either I missed the earlier puzzles or they just ramped up the puzzles in the back half of this game. Might be a bit of both, actually. Why is the fire going under the water? Relax, you're fine. Thanks for that. I still haven't used the bow or anything. All this and no valves. How is this place so sprawling?
Demons are being routed.
Oh, they're being routed, are they? Hi, Vi, have you grown yet? I'm working on it. Balloon champion leaderboard, wrong game, or something. Again, all this, no wows? So sad. Where even is the fuck my wows?
He said, to be by your wolves.
To be by your wows. To be by your wows. I'm just wandering around the world we live in. $10. $5. Why are we fighting each other? this fucking guy. Man. Fuck you. Give me your heart. Give me your orb.
Second tower is down.
Yeah, but where are my valves? You ever thought about that? I might not get to collect my valves. Do you fuck with Arizonas? Yeah, of course I do. Mucho mango used to be a part of my everyday diet when I was like a teenager. I still love it, it's just so much sugar. I keep forgetting there's like a map. I've like not used this at all. Rivers run blue, rivers run blue, rivers run blue, rivers run blue. Blue and orange, blue and orange, blue and orange. Right?
Tommy said, okay.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Sorry, but you're wrong.
Fuck! Fuck, I should have lied. Fuck, I should have lied about it. I should have lied about it.
Then it's okay. You can lie next time.
I'll try lying next time.
Excellent.
There's like a mysterious world. Wait, have I been in here already? Oh, this is the same fucking place. I saw a Tide Pod at my local grocery store last week and it looked so tasty. Close enough. Welcome back 2018. Tide Pod album when?
Now he said, no.
My thoughts exactly. Do it. You fucking stop it. Like, chill out. Take a chill pill. Rona armyism works. Give me your orb. Oh, David.
All targets destroyed.
There's one left.
David, honey bunches, I gotta do something real quick before I play the video game known as Doom Dragon. Gnome as. Wait, this is the Wealth room again. 2 Welves remain.
Now he said, Wolf City.
how are we doing a Tide Pod bit in 2025? How is that happening right now?
Sally said, please no more.
Where are the fucking wows? I'm never gonna get my wealth on. Wealth acquired. One Wealthy remains. Dawn of the final wealth. Show me the toys. Toys.
Sally said, Towies.
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 Chihuahuas.
Okay.
Relax.
I'm really relaxed right now.
That's excellent.
That batsalent.
Okay.
What do you think of this game so far, Violet? I mean, we're almost done with it. It's cool. The environments are really cool and I really like the guns. Not my favorite installment of the Doom series, but it's good. In a year, in a decade where a lot of AAA games are absolute dog shit, it's like, I will take just okay and fun sometimes, I guess. Okay, where is the final wolf? Where is the dawn of the final wolf? I mean, wolf. Sorry.
Sally said, IBRB.
Okay, Ro. Where is the wealth? One, two, three, four? What? Okay, wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, maybe I did that one. Presumably I did this one. Wherever it is. And another one just over here. I'm a little confused. On a top there. Question mark. No, I am thoroughly confused. Where is Walfie? I'm never gonna find Walfie. It was this cruel world. I'm losing my fucking marbles. Where is the even fuck this even Walfie? I want to get like my weird pink crystal. Is it even in this area? All the others were in the same area.
He said, Baba back.
Baba back. This Walf is pissing me off. I might just have to go on without it. I'm losing my patience and I'm losing my marbles.
Even relax.
Even relax. Baba Doobie world.
Recycling the aroma.
Just checking one last time.
Dun 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 dun. Right? Okay, I give up. I give up on Wildfee. What is your problem? No, this is like actually pissing me off. I want to find the valve. It's like fine.
Its ship is powering up. The Makers won't allow this. The Slayer will decide his fate.
The Fligu Gigu will decide his fate. Okay. Oh, these characters.
Princess Vic, please, help me. I could still be of service.
Hi. Why can't I see my weapon wheel?
I only did what was asked of me.
Why can't I see my weapons? Oh, what the fuck is going on with my game? Hello? Okay, where, what? Hello?
Oh, thank the Khan.
What's happening? Hello? Creed Maker.
Navi said, want the roll.
Okay. What the fuck? I can't even go to the PlayStation menu. Do I have to force shut down my PlayStation? Okay. Oh. Disc.
Ooh.
My PlayStation won't even shut down. What the fuck?
WTF.
I've never seen this in my life. What? First game on the PS5 and birthday console. What the hell? I might need to unplug the PlayStation. Plug. Call the plug. This. This is in a spot that's like very inconvenient to unplug. Because I don't anticipate unplugging shit. Oh, that was just a... It just occurred to me that the plug for this might be not detachable. And now I can't find where this... Shit. I've never experienced anything like this before. Not with any console I've ever owned in my life. Okay, how are you feeling, PlayStation? Are you gonna be alive? Still waiting for it to show up or do anything. Oh? Yeah, no fucking shit. PS5 pulled a 328. This is so kind, PlayStation. So sweet of you to do. Okay, great though. Alright, let's give it a whirl. Is that USB icon gonna stay there forever? Okay, thank you. Creed Maker nearly killed PlayStation 5. That was insane. Literally never experienced anything like that before. Like, usually if something crashes, they can still, like, force quit to the PlayStation menu, but not this time. Creed Maker new prices. This game has been running so smoothly otherwise. That was very surprising.
It is your duty to protect your creed. Princess Vic, please, help me. I could...
Okay, we're back.
I only did what was asked of me.
Hey, dude. Oh, is that what that attack is supposed to be? I couldn't even tell when it was glitching out.
you alive than dead. I can bring you Prince Azrin.
Hello, worm. You didn't have to do that. Oh, those cause pain to me. Oh, he's so small.
Azric is keeping her alive on his ship. If she dies, his power would die with her. I can take you to her.
I'm guessing that's a no. Death screams. What did I miss? Oh, did I get everything but the fucking Raidstone? Those fucking wows. I locked in for this shit and I still missed the wows. Fuck this shit. Oh, and I missed one secret. And one, like, dictionary page. Oh, is it Gundam again? This guy sucks at Fortnite. Dumbass ship. Fix her
It
Gundam.
won't be ready in time, sir.
Refueling complete. Royal Atlan online.
Thoughts on loudness war? I'm fighting it in Love and Pony Step. I'm fighting in the loudness war for Love and Pony Step, so.
Combat mode engaged. Siege breakers are armed and online.
Cuddle mode activated. Are you gonna do anything, dude? Doom. Open a dark fountain. Yabadilo, bro. Why am I spinning? What are we spinning about? I'm not doing anything. I was just making the camera do that by itself. Why is it doing that on my camera? Oh. Stick drift? No, it happened after like a cutscene or thing or something. Hello, Warcraft. You do not look comfortable. But do you need help? Oh. Big Baba.
Yeah, he said. Big Baba.
Big Baba. I mean, this better not be stick drift. It happened very spontaneously, there's no way. I'm sure it's a game glitch. What's that plopping sound? What?
So long as you are the only one they fear.
Okay.
is true power. How does it feel, Slayer?
Okay. Don't get mad. Chill out. Oh, it's a baddie.
Daddy said, lava.
Well, I thought I parried that.
Enough of this!
Shit. Okay. Let's start me from. Oh, that starts me from this one. What was that yell?
Enough of this!
Owie, ouchie. That's my Doom Gal. Ah, he screams in lowercase. David. No. There's like a sadness component to this. That was Doggy. That was David. You just made Doomgal so mad. That was literally Doggy. Do I get Berserk or something? Okay. Ah, he said calmly. Gets unbrainwashed of that Doom character.
Matrix life signal is still active. It is transmitting now from the Hell Dimension.
Hello, Squidward. Rivers run blue. Here, take your, like, Yu-Gi-Oh thing back.
Vera. Are you all right?
I am.
Okay.
Daddy said, okay.
Me and my cape physics.
Lead Azra to the Slayer.
Shouldn't it be the other way around?
Draw the horn to us.
Wait, why is it doing adaptive triggers at me? Okay, now it's not anymore. Okay. Sure.
Buy him as much time as you can.
A relic key is required.
Yeah, I know.
That'd be quick. BLG.
Okay, bro. Open the bone gate. Thank goodness.
Gabby said, back in Baba City.
Hello, Baba City.
Yava.
Okay. How many of you are there? Okay. That was kind of sucks. Okay, one life sigil. Oh. And this, I guess. Do I even really need these at this point? Ha! Okay, hello. Welcome. Like... Okay. Why am I collecting these, like, end game?
Approaching Azur's hangar.
Slayer's getting close!
Wait, what? Where's the enemy? That one? Okay. Okay. Sure. These. Huh?
Locking on Azric's signal now.
He's on board. We hold our ground until he finishes this.
Kill him. Avenge your god. command the Horde. Kill me, and this war will never end.
Is this like a GG Brian D type moment situation? Yeah, shout out Purple for this particular moment. Prince Ashrak, exertions. Okay. Okay. Shout out to Flail. Very much ahead of the game here. Fucking threw that down, they're just like, alright, everyone go home, I don't care anymore. I don't know. It's kinda like a Squidward.
Any word? No one has seen him since the assault.
we are much better off with him on his own. And you, young sentinel, your father tells me great things about you.
Thank you, sir.
Who are you people?
The Maker's Church has disavowed all actions taken by the Creed. They give their word he was acting alone, and they'll bring justice to anyone that collaborated with them.
We'll move forward with our own Inquisition, quietly.
It is time to look forward. We will always be a people of faith. But we must consider now who we will put that faith in. And I say to you, there is no better place to turn to than ourselves. This is our home, and we will stand together to the last sentinel to defend it. As we have before, as our ancestors did. As we always will. And lastly, I'll ask you to join me now in paying our respect to him. The people of Argentanur rest easier now, knowing he is out there.
Doom bro.
Targets identified. Slayer, prep for launch.
Okay. I don't know how much I cared about the story. I have no idea what's going on.
Sally said, like okay.
The game was fine. Yeah, that's it. That's all the video game.
That was game to play.
Nightmare Doomslayer. Okay.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Okay. I'm like really tired and very hungry, so I think I'm gonna end stream now. Hold on, just... That was
Not great.
fascinating. I don't really have much to say about it right now. I need to think about it a bit more.
Thank you for coming to Baba City.
Thank you for coming to Baba City. Oh, I forgot. Percival was here. It's
Now
fine.
leave Baba City.
Everything's fine.
Lava.
Stop it! Oh my god, everything's falling down because of the PlayStation movement situation.
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming to stream, everyone. That was Doom, I think. Webpunk tomorrow. Shout out. Bye.
Goodbye, Ronut's world.